So, right now we'll just try to finish it. Let's get a little bit before the game starts. Hold on. Let me switch to the game music right quick. Where's the game music? Okay. I'm not late. I actually started on time. Like I started the stream early. Hello. Hold on. I noticed that I'm covering the chat window. Okay, I'm not covering the chat anymore. What's up? Okay. What's up? I finally watched Uma Musume. How'd you find it? I really want to watch the anime. Like, I hear the Cinderella Grey series is quite good. Binge watched the whole 3 seasons. That's a lot of Uma Musume. Did you like it at least? I cried from the inside. Because it was good, I hope. Why is this text over here? Oh, it's Speak. That's nice. That's good to know. For when I start watching. I actually managed to finally get some One Piece into my life. I just kind of watched one. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. Next time we meet, I'll scatter your ashes. Speak. I want to keep watching One Piece. I will get to... Can you get 400? Can you get to 400 episodes by the end of the month? I'm planning to watch the movie and play the game. The game's free. You can go ahead and play it. But it's a gacha if you aren't into that. Because I know there are some people that don't really like gacha games. Claudia was for reading One Piece and told me to read Berserk. I mean, Berserk is pretty good, or so I've heard. But then, don't watch the anime. It's not great. Like the I think 2014 anime. That was some one of the first animes to use CGI, and it didn't look very nice. Or was it 114 or 113? Let me check my 114. That's where I am at One Piece right now. I'm still pretty early in the show. Yo, who's better? Who's better? You recommend it? It's probably not for minors though. Okay, so we're over recap. I think, I don't know. Let me think. I feel like their only joke about... I feel like Queso's propensity for food is mostly a joke. Ogre Caps is not, so Ogre Cap wins because of sincerity. Same teacher traumatized class with Grave of the Fireflies. Okay, the difference with Grave of the Fireflies is that it's not really for... Like, okay, let me look that up. When I looked at reading, it's all just like... Is it read? Okay, I can't find it. 12 and up, 14 and up on Netflix. So it's... So yeah, the thing that might traumatize people is more of, you know, what happens instead of like, you know, the usual things that they would rate the movie 18+ for. Can I ask for an Inazuma 11 Victory Road tip? If you, I haven't played in a while, but the Aries stories are out. They just added this new feature called where you like combine a bunch of different moves. It's a story mode thing. Oh, okay. I think I can give some pointers on that one because I cleared the story mode. Although I kind of did badly on the extended story. Yes, I am the master of Peak. Everything I know is Peak. That's a cool model. Oh, thank you. I made it myself. Right, I'm before the Royal Academy match and I gotta find 16 votes. How do I do this? Okay. So, I remember what I did there was like play the tire minigame. You know the tire minigame where on the beach? And then you can also, I think there's this one particular lady at the hospital that you can rock, paper, scissors with to get the red tickets. Because that's what I was missing. Although you might be low on some other kind of ticket. As for the matches, they don't really give you much when it comes to red tickets anyway. Need to buy the full game. Buy it, it's Peak, it's fun. I'm waiting for them to add more to the story mode. I also started watching Inazuma 11, like the anime. It's fun, I like it. The recruitment system is kind of annoying. Tell me about it. There was this girl that I started recruiting on stream, but then I couldn't finish recruiting her because I couldn't find her. I don't know how it works on previous games, but I guess it works differently. I do not like recruiting people in any Inazuma 11 game. I see. Like, I've just farmed members from Chronicle mode. Chronicle mode and, versus mode. Alright, I asked if you made a Discord yet before I have to go for work stuff. No Discord server. Okay, we're on trial part 3. We should be ending soon. Start. That's the right thing to do here. Have Gina testify. Leave it. Okay, you go do what you're doing. Well, I had Gina testify the last time. I guess just to stay fair to, you know, our previous choices. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh? What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. Hey, if I was from the Victorian era, you think my earrings would be, music box discs instead of CDs? last remark. Prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination. Yada yada. Very well. If you have no objection. We already went through this whole part, so we'll just skip through it. Wait. Ew, sir. Remain in the stand. This is actually like a really good reference for that Fryman looking up meme. I remembered it just now. We already got through the first half of Gina's testimony? The article said Mr. McGilden had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Are intimately related to the omnibus case. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. Right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden. I missed the 2D sprites. Yeah, the 2D sprites are pretty charming in their own right. But the 3D is not bad, I don't think. Allows for more motion. It allows Van Zix to smash wine glasses into the candelabra. You feel me? Their own Phoenix, right? Phoenix Wright is such a cool name. The body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade? You tell the court now, please. What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I don't know what you mean. Heard I said of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Woo! Hello! Maybe don't listen to him! Please! You have to trust Bruno now! Iris? We're on your side! Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it. I'm really concerned as to what's gonna happen to Gina here. You be fine? For secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out, like Van Zix said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. How do courtrooms like this work? I don't know. My first experience with these sorts of games are just... Yeah, this is my first experience with any Phoenix, right? Any Ace Attorney game, let alone any, like, lawyer courtroom type game. I'm not really sure if there's a lot of those anyway. But, I know there are a few things in this game that aren't in the original Ace Attorney games. Like, I think the jury and the summation examinations were just added. Like, they became part of this game, but they weren't really a feature in earlier Phoenix Wright games. I mean, Ace Attorney games. I have to remember that Phoenix Wright is not the name of this game series. Phoenix Wright is the main character. Ace Attorney is the name of the game series. This isn't Halo with John Halo. Oh. Yeah, basically, I think this is mostly how it works. I've only ever watched, like, Game Grumps playthrough of the first Ace Attorney game, and that's like, I mean, like the first Ace Attorney game, not the original Ace Attorney trilogy as a whole. So I don't really know much. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the desk on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and then the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slumps. That's when McGill sent the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. My accent's a bit off today. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then, there's every chance! I may have adjudicated an error in McGilden's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Like, the way that some words are highlighted reminds me of in JoJo's what's that? Like, some words are just in brackets in part 7 onwards. You know, like, they'll be like, the steel ball run. It is the run with steel balls. Next. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilden fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? They really stitched everyone up, did he? What an operation to get the bad off scot-free. Unforgivable! Stop! The lies have to stop! Stop! Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of Mr. McGilden's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. This is where we stopped the last time. Why me, Mr. Naruhodo? Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Today's art twin can give some advice on coloring hair. Sure, no problem. The real truth of the omnibus case. Okay, let's ask Gina. What's the disc you saw? This disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cub lying on the floor. But this disc had belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilden picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cub with a knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? Told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was that scared, the way he was looking at me, I thought, If I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First it was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head, and then the pair of the roof deck went off to call the slops. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats in the roof deck, I believe. That's right. As I looked down through the skylight, I noticed the cub with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and Mr. McGilden got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cubs came from the roof and off to fetch the slops. I'm having a hard time keeping up Gina's voice. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilden, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and the voice from the outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilden and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. Well, we need to, question her thoroughly. Yep, everybody is lying. I'm lying, you're lying, everybody. Just our luck that that was the first case that we had. Why couldn't the... like... Okay. In my defense, as the player, that guy was sus to me from the start, okay? I like how the judge's wig slips off. Hilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. Folded it up all carefully, like before I handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure this must be worth more than Mr. Windebank was suggesting, wasn't he? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. McGilden flashed some brass in his face and went running off with a lick. Then the globetrotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Rather knew how exactly. Told me I'd only be able to stop her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. He said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money and keep it in lug to stop it being forfeited. He was embarrassed to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the office, it makes... The office! The police! The police! It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilden had the driver deposit at Windebanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Wait, after that he let me go, so I liked it before the copper showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Katie's real put her faith in you, you know? Yes, and to think her she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. Oh boy, so I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. And to really go for it, press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It's like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Okay, we have to, Yeah, that's right, it's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. Yes, smartass. It's what he told me I had to say. But it's important you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear it too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, it got louder and louder. It started sounding like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe he let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be pressing her on here. So we have to get something out of those two who are probably colluding. Wait, I can ask. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! What? Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack! You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Oh, the other one, sunshine! Think I got anything to talk about in a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the whole time I've been cross-examining Jaina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. Oh, so that's all I had to do. Hold on a second. I need to get some water right quick. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Okay, wait a minute. I have to be gone this bot right quick. Be gone, bot. Okay. So back streaming. Let's continue. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. Whisper without me! It would appear that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Matilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. What's this? Is this like the Beatles demos? The Beatles weren't even around at the time. What? Okay, what music is on that disc for Matilda to kill someone over it? Maybe it's the latest Mozart symphony or something like that. Like, you know how a lot of like records and stuff today are very, very expensive. And then hey, this looks like a cat. It was pretty naive to think that every client was going to be innocent. Yeah, fair. That's on me. But then I was sus of him from the beginning. Are there also cases like this in the other Ace Attorney games? Without spoilers, of course, because I do plan to play those. Why not play the original trilogy, at least? That's the music I left in the past. Hannah Montana Party in the USA. Hannah Montana did not sing Party in the USA. That was Miley Cyrus. Completely different person, you know? Telling you that info would be a spoiler. Okay. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. Seriously, I want to listen to whatever's on it. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Magilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cop died right there after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why should I have gotten them? What? Hannah Montana's a different person. Have I been lied to my entire life? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Well, yeah, Hannah Montana and Miley Cyrus are totally not the same person. Very different people. Wait, so like, speaking of Hannah Montana, I just remembered, in High School Musical 2, apparently there was a poll on Disney where, you could vote for whichever Disney star would appear in High School Musical 2. And then the result of that was a cameo from Miley Cyrus. She was on the screen for like, what, 10 seconds or something. And she wasn't really that prominent either. She was like a background character. Like, if you look really closely at the ending part of High School Musical 2, when they're all dancing by the pool, then you'll see Miley Cyrus. I watched those films religiously. I did not know that. Yes, I love the High School Musical movies. They're not really like high cinema or anything, but they were my childhood. We're getting Asian and forgotten lore facts on this channel. Appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of you know, Disney Channel original movies are kind of interesting in their own way. Especially like, okay, there was a lot of hype with High School Musical in particular, although that might just be the time period. Has anybody watched Camp Rock? Camp Rock, you know, with Demi Lovato and the Jonas Brothers and they were They had this Camp Rock, Camp Rock. Camp Rock. I know like one song from it, but that's it. This is real. This is me. For High School Musical, Descendants gang myself. I think I had already stopped watching Disney by the time Descendants came out. Okay, do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. I reckon must be worth a fair bit of brass. Was probably gonna sell it. Actually, speaking of Descendants, I remember like this one song, actually two songs. Two songs, Queen of Bean and What's My Name. They were pretty good. They're fun to listen to. You can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. What's going on? How crazy that they've found everything. The mysterious little box, deposited by Mr. McGilden 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I wonder how far this case goes. Also, I wonder what would happen if we had not made Gina testify. To be continued. Or would we have been forced to make Gina testify anyways? Let's save a different game file because I want to go back to... I would like to go back to that choice in the future. Maybe after we finish this one. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited within the pawnbroker by McGilden 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside! It's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow! Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Wait, would it be one of those boxes that, it locks, but then you have to do something? Okay, putting in the disc would unlock the box, right? Like, I've seen all those puzzle boxes. Maybe this is one of them. It was not McGilden's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the bookmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilden? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Hold it! Wait, my lord! Good grief! What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the summer atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! Look at all that fish and chips. At least it's infinite. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Doesn't sound like music. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. I think it's like an unreleased Beatles demo. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless! Why is Bro dancing? After all that, the music box is broken! Broken? Can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on, come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It's definitely a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how could it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, and he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nepalese friends, answer me this. Huh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from the music box is broken, an unusual genre of music. Not supposed to be music. It's experimental! It's, experimental music. Yeah, people are, yeah, they're inventing prog rock before prog rock was invented. It's source code Aurum, it's calling you a bot. Is it calling me a bot? Let's go with not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Wait, so like, okay, I have a question. So the discs are supposed to be playing different sounds. The disc is supposed to play different sounds, but the, like, wait a minute, let's check the court record first. Give me a moment. Here's the disc, right? So if the same note is supposedly playing from this disc, then all the different bumps are supposed to correspond to different notes. If it was just one note, it would probably just be like a circle of bumps, like a perfect circle of bumps. Or maybe that music box actually is broken, I don't know. Okay, if we look at the music box closely, it does look like all the teeth on it are the same size, so maybe that's the reason why I'm overthinking this. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno. What is it this time, good sir? The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music, but now that you've told us they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nepalese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. It can't be. I don't know what the answer is. Yet, you know, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Right? Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Dot 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 dot. Ah! Could it be? Is it what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Body's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is... Alright, you have to present something here. Gina's representation papers, pawnbroker's ticket, Iris' story, manuscript. Sound of the Baskervilles. That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something. Well, it doesn't have the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name, too. Not sure why we're examining the story now of all times, but... Okay, it's probably not this. Blood samples, the case notes. So those notes, the paper. Chemistry mole, classified secrets maybe. Okay, I think it might be about, okay, this is probably the best thing that we have. We haven't used this piece of evidence yet. Can a piece of evidence be used more than once? Obviously not counting the blood samples, because those are like multiple pieces of evidence, compiled into one. So, I'll just save just to be sure. Today's paper, Counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick for Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Grayson, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work? Deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes! We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say. Is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong. When it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? It probably just says that you're a poopy head or something. Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is this capital punishment? Sorts of words I have expected to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGilden perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilden would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away! Then by all means, counter the charges, sir! You got anything? The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Well, what excuses have you got? The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windebank. That being a most flagitious... This is the first time... Wow, we're learning so many new words today. Most flagitious offense, for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit and porky, Governor! We got things to say! I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Dash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call... the Three Skulkin Brothers! Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Alright. What you got? Mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. If it was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilden anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what you told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up? I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov! We did! When they just rat themselves out, that's crazy. Quiet them down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? No idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little Rother getting us mixed up in all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It's supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was? Eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Huh? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. A small music box has been entered into the court record. Let's examine it. Or let's examine it, as soon as we're able to. If we get to see all three skulking bros do their bit. God damn it. Just cooperate, Mr. Gregson. It's the mechanism that turns the bumps into disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth and the comb are different lengths and each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. What does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. Never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Or anything at the bottom? It's usually the bottom. Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Huh? You're right! Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the other side. So, does that mean we can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? If you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. I would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box. And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So, this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement would be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. The music box can only play two tones. So, it's like harmonizing? It's a harmonizing music box. See how the form of dildo disc sits in the music box and then deposited in the bags. Couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question that the disc was designed to be played in this music box. But despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. This doesn't make any sense. I wonder. Perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye, or maybe haven't discovered all the secrets yet. I think we've explored everything that there is on this box. Let's just press on everything. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Jury number 5! We regular communication stations officers aren't as slowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon's the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. So you had access to the equivalent used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Let's say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians in the ministry communications team. ensuring there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Raiden is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. You should really pick your idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Not? Anyone with a brain that would be blatantly apparent than listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Seconds! Dang, almost bit the side of my mouth there. Of course, of course. Really, it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? I respect juror number 5. She just wants to tell everybody about her hyperfixation. Clones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No, you stop there! We already examined the music box. There's a whole other side to it. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would start to play so nicely. Would there be still something that I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leak of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponi's friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Come on, Ryunosuke, you need some more confidence. Yes, we have a hypothesis. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, would have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Well, yeah, let's just show them what we looked at the last time. It's like the B-side on a record. Except, you know, record players aren't double-sided. We already read this. I could have saved it for this time, but, to be fair, it is my first time playing the game. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box would be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing to do whatsoever with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, and I haven't found it yet. I know that he's sus. I can't prove it. I must, though. I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Alright, let's press it. So, 2 months ago when that omnibus killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though. So sus his name reminds me of a Pokemon. Right on! The humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information. Oh, indeed. Stop DreamWorks facing me, good sir! There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Or to take it to the meeting with McGill and negotiate a deal. Dear me. They had it in for me, good sir, but I assure you, victim doesn't have the arm plushie, they're guilty! Yeah, just have an arm plushie and you're innocent. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and his well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. Class equals JoJo pose. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we know there was no government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Wait. Gotta press him. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah? Who else then? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the Rudder had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. They seem mad familiar. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China. Mr. Ringo Skulkin, do you have something to add? Eh? What? Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah. I was just thinking about me rough Sulky. Oh, the one you've lost touch with. Yeah, blimey, could be a saint sometimes, that one. Always used to give me a share of his grub when we had anything to eat. Sounds like a very kind man. Ringo looks like a pug. Yeah, that's true. Get out of it! These chips are mine! I'm not sharing! We just need to ask Ringo about stuff. I didn't get that. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back then. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, you mean. Yeah, look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? he was always a leery one. Had the brains, had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what had ever gone through our heads. Poor blimey! Ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? It was a corker, eh? Save until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question. Wait, how come Gregson's allowed to carry his fish and chips? His infinite fish and chips, I might add. I don't know. Could that sentiment story be relevant somehow? Was added to the testimony. My lord! Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement would hold vital information relating to this case. Brings chips and chips. Nah, there's some fish in there, like one fish. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! A skulkin's never sulkin! I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme he had going back when he was young. Just a bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model, the business name, leave it. But this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that was it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, I thought the clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this? Hey, you interrupted me! Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... weren't the happiest of homes if one came from. Yeah, old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. Took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, didn't it? Of course not! This is all... Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? Our communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Real expert in fake names, aren't you? Why not just go by Eggs Benedict 24/7? Or an Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was sent to Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and turned out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been blah blah for the record. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages still just conjecture at this stage. I talk too fast, I think. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seemed to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Alright, I have the information. I knew we were gonna have to use this one day. Mr. Ashley Milverton? Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years! It means nothing to me! No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord, and as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. Yeah, I'm still in the final case. It took longer than I expected last stream. Really would take no time at all to subpoena those records. Yeah, a lot of the names here that aren't really like puns are from... They're Sherlock Holmes references, like you got Sherlock Holmes. I think Gina's name is also a reference to Sherlock Holmes. Iris, I think she's just straight up I think they just straight up use the names Holmes and Watson in the Japanese translation, but the English translation has to comply with a bit more stricter laws, so stuff like that, yeah. I haven't read a lot of Sherlock Holmes, although yeah, they seem to really like those stories. There's a Sherlock Holmes in Fate Grand Order. There's a lot of anime and stuff based on Sherlock Holmes. Maybe I will do a read-along of Sherlock Holmes stories. Although I'm not really sure how I do that. Actually, speaking of reading stuff, I was thinking about how to do the... Yeah, the game was localized before Sherlock Holmes went into the public domain. So they had to like do all these workarounds like Sherlock Holmes and stuff. Like I was thinking about how to do the Limbus Company stuff. Like one of my goals is to read every book in the Limbus Company references. Every book referenced in Limbus Company. I'm not really sure how I present it once I do. I'll think about it. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! He really just ballerina twirled himself and exposed himself. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, and ideal... The Limbus brain rot is getting to me. In illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. Why is he doing the DreamWorks face? That attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Spoken brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Huh? We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, I'm glad that they do this for you. They do the whole, I forgot what this thing was called again. Stereoscope thing for you, because if I can't cross my eyes. My technology isn't really equipped to do that. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon? You deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Well, are you just gonna DreamWorks face at me? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar in the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? Watch it now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. 10 guineas is like half a hotel room. I remember the hotel room that Ryunosuke and Susato stayed at in their first day at London. I think it cost a lot. 20 guineas, I think? So it's half a hotel room. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? You still have the nerve! As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not gonna go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brother's gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Eat it must, we can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun. Which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Mata!
Hold it! What now? You little upstart! You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here! What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see? be a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. But what is she using? Now you pulled that out of your ass! Hold on, let's look here. So there's a picture of... Wait, but, okay, we don't have that picture right now, but there was a picture of Gina with this gun! So, pray tell, what gun could she possibly have used? Okay, I guess we'll find out. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Okay, we should be finished soon, Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It has shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at that moment the defendant allegedly shot that victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Right, before we start the witness testimony, I have to go answer the call of nature. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. We're ready to hear that witness testimony. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole at the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Your claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger? Order! Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. Then why didn't you just say that from the start? Guilty! You're guilty as heck! The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. When he shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Gonna watch Iron Lung tomorrow? Sure, have fun. Tell me if it's peak or something. I don't really know much about Iron Lung. It's by Markiplier. I think it's like a horror movie of some kind. want to see it too? Maybe we should watch it. Maybe I should watch it too, you know, just to see. Oh, it's based on a game! Nice. The game was great. Let me look at an hour-long game. Oh, that's interesting. We should play the game! You could save 50% and it doesn't cost that much. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Well, here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work! His ideas are all sound! Ideas are of no use to us here, in science. As in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Yeah, German science is the best in the world! This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with our chemicals... Oh, help, you're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny! I'm going to shoot! But in Ace Attorney games, the purple BS their way out when cornered. Purple. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood, that stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Fancy X, make it so at once. She's the purple guy from FNAF. Maybe she did kill that guy, because she was the girl behind the slaughter. Okay, once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination? Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence, really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Examination. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Bingo and Ash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular manner burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. But, like, one gun between them? What happens if the other one gets caught? And he doesn't have a gun? Or what if the one with the gun gets caught and he don't have a spare? Okay, that's enough. I can't be going too far into the logistics of this robbery. Let's just keep solving the case. Doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. Walker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me, little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fellow, and that soon made him scupper. A pair of you setting up on the poor defenses while working together? Shame on you! Sorry, Gov. That's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled the gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered for that door on the back. At which point, what did you do? Soon the man when he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door though. You mean you chased after him? Oh, that one! Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Look! You saw it, right? And that was his gun! So where did the third gun come from? More likely go. Didn't see nothing of the sort go. Skeleton brothers were there, but the night the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. You wanna, like, get fingerprints and stuff? Do we have fingerprints yet? Or is dusting for fingerprints invented at this time? Ah, but no, it was a broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulket's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. Third gun. So you mean to say there's like... In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. No! No other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. I have been! But then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. All over her? Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. That arm is looking pretty rough right now, and he's still moving it. Like, he's still doing all this and dancing and Isn't he gonna be losing blood? He's still leaking blood, that's for sure. That's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, isn't it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Gilbert stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying! If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Shame, it was really carrying us through the first couple parts of this trial. Father. And Winnie the Pooh was weak. I remember what the Winnie the Pooh used to say that, oh, Father. Tossed the gun out of the peephole, though I picked it up and made my escape. Suspicious! Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole on the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. Thus, so it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? Made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flutier told us to tidy up. Thinks he's a bloomin' bum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ah. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Excuse me. Gentlemen? Something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize we're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D is a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? Excuse me. And why didn't you? Because we don't know nothing about it, or that flaming people in the door! Sorry about that. Be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya? Poor Blimey! See the way he's looking at me? Oh yeah, this D gives me the willies! That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like backseat at all. It's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think it might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Okay. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Alright. Well, there you have it! The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir! Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. That's it? That's it? You're not gonna tell us who it came from? Bro! Now is not the time for JoJo posing! No, the blood in that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood in that overcoat is the blood in the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my buddy's friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilden's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. They didn't have the technology for it besides... They said that they had access to the chemical that could test blood! I call it a bully disgrace! Treachery, that's what it is! How to determine whether the blood in that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done! But... We used Mr. Schultz's specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Schultz is a detective, not a chemist. You put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroshki to starving boy and he ran away crying. Sherlock Holmes is very more than a figment of the public's imagination. They're literally operating on him right now! How can you say that? Victory is sweet and deep. Anxiox is just jelly. Yeah, more jealous that Sholmes is more famous than him. Probably shouldn't have, you know, disappeared for 5 years. As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is he had saw it happen. Otherwise, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. We're really just gonna lose like that? My lord! Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, Ben? All for one now. Sir!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Ben, this is—
Yuzai! Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
This courtroom is so easily convinced. Like, I think they flipped their verdict on me how many times now? Like, I think this is the 4th time this case. No. That's BS. You're BSing! I don't believe it, after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Did you forget all the other evidence that I showed? Are you out of— How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Going mad. Huh? Mr. Sholmes! I weren't you in operation? What is the meaning of this? A lot of JoJo posing in this court. Order! Order! Dude, how can we have order? Mr. Sholmes is there! What business does he have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Riley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. Oh wait, I forgot the voice. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. To the new people, yes, I made him sound like Alistair from Hazmat Hotel. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Vanziox? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Haven't spent so long already if we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Wait, let me try to perfect this up. Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Wait, you can ask the surgeon guy if he actually left his scalpel inside of you.
Clearly, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part.
Right, modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? Lavender Furoshiki wrapping.
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Got something?
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given the small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ah! Oh, the thing that can just, like, make cat doors.
Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
Call it the cat flapper mat. You make a cat flapper a little furry friend like Maggie in seconds.
That's gonna be useful how?
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that?
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I've been a complete failure.
No! That's not true. She's not a failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Schultz? Dot, 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 dot. Do I do the dot, dot noises in Alistair's voice too?
Dot, 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 dot. That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves. Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
No, not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? Cat flapomat has been entered into the court record.
Your 5 minutes?
Okay, wait, no. Okay, enough. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Well, Sholmes probably collapsed.
I'm grateful to you for affording us a brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... Oh boy. No pressure at all, huh? A summation examination, further cross-examination, or time to think. So we have our little cat flap. thing. Well, it just makes sense, right? Have a summation examination. But then the defense requests the floor. Ah! I would like to lie down on the floor right now. If I was Ryunosuke in this situation, I probably would have collapsed out of shock. Or nerves. Or both. What's up? Hello. Alright. Well, we've saved at this choice. So... I think we could... I mean, this is sort of what we're supposed to do anyway. Now it's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
What if Miss Usato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste?
Final piece of...
This is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness.
But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point.
I don't think that's what Harley means, Reno.
Have you forgotten where we are at the trial? Aha! If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the adjudication. Hold it! Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination. Oh, so it's just gonna pick the other choice for me anyway. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine any witness now. Objection! The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission
To interrupt the cross-examination. Wait, when he's in, like, guard mode, I'll just remove the... Oh.
Well, nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd! I like when everyone in the courtroom gets all dramatic. This would be fun to watch. I would like to remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. One final opportunity? Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and put but one piece of evidence to support your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? I will not press the witness any further. My lord? Yes, my lord!
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous.
I'm not... It appears that I'm not tracking when I'm using the... what's this? The cup to make my Sholmes voice. I hope that's fine. I love it whenever the perp loses it. Yes, there's whole compilations of that on YouTube. Although I can't watch any of them because that would give away all of the that would give away all the endings. So I just watched the ones that I already played through.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time that I fell into a dead fate. I leave this in your capable hands.
I gotta love Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes!
And
stand so insociently before the court in a state of such high fever? Either the man had extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Probably both. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't ya? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yep, we're ready. I think, okay, we have to use the cat flap. We won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial, and because of that, I will save. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Let me save first, and then, we'll go over it. But I think I'm pretty confident in what the answer here is. I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windabank threw Nashville for the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. Wait. Got a blood splatter all over that Christian girl. And she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Wait. Hold on. Wait, there are two of these mentioning the peephole. Okay, I think it should be, we should press him on Gina tossing the gun out of the peephole and to present the thing Susato gave us. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-a-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. Cut to any door you can. And make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker store. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windabank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the three of us were here together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How could I witness the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! I love his ballerina twirls when he's upset. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Her assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord.
It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Spoken Brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you have claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Order! Is there any credence in this revelation? Objection! None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Oh yeah, we also have like proof. I have a feeling that you'd say that, but we'll probably show the proof later. What? Hardy, Chloe, time for dinner. Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the old paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was. No? But it's easy. What? The cat flaps in my cat flapper mat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole of Winterbanks are an exact match. Oh, Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. He hates us! I believe your judicial assistant has already left your country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, it's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Oh. As for long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Damn, Ryunosuke has been flopping around a lot lately. But like, we have proof! We can prove it! I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. This is what I'm talking about. Here, see? Door! No hole! You can see the whole door. Unless, you know, you cut that hole a little to the right. Yeah, so, the defense believes this is all the proof the court should need. The defense is extremely hopeful. That proves nothing. What? It's literally a picture! They want me to show that the peephole was created after Mr. Winterbank was killed, but I have no idea how to do that. Don't be disheartened, Runo. You can rely on Sissy. Rely on Miss Susato? What do you mean? Well, she wouldn't have left you in the lurch, would she? You'd be sure she thought of a way to prove what you're being asked to prove now. So there must be some evidence in the court record somewhere that will do the trick. Alright then, if the point is to prove that the peephole was made after the incident, then it would suffice to show that the peephole wasn't there before the incident took place. I literally just did that! With your lordship's permission. I literally just did that! Or was I supposed to show this other picture? A short time before the murder took place, huh? A short time after the murder had took place. There's a picture of a fucking, That's BS! You're BS! My judicial assistant, Ms. Susata Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene from the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom, completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon? Couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as he claimed to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies!
They really ballerina twirled himself into.
I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is still proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I am the victim here. Oh, please. Inosuke, you gotta stop crashing out. It's fine, it's fine. We have evidence! We probably have evidence. Still, he can't work his way out of it now, Iris. You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon? Okay, we're almost done. We're almost to the end, so we can get the drawing stream soon. Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, Counsel. Want to do a night in the court? Explain all this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the third gun, the peephole, bloodstains in the coat. Okay, I've been so caught up in solving all this stuff that, we still have a couple lives left, so I can afford a few wrong choices. I feel like he would know about the third gun, the peephole, the bloodstains. bloodstains that were present in Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... What now, buddy? What now? What do you want to say now, buddy? Buddy pal, buddy boy! It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Oh! Has the cat got your tongue with this? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police had been at Windibanks constantly carrying about their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have been thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the offer to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we can get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Vanziax?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all.
You'll remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon? I couldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Can only mean that he must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon seems to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel?
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? It's Mr. Gregson, is it not? Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me? You'd better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact. You have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. You learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our long-hour recess. Though the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from his communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would have suddenly been required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? Summoned to the storage ship chambers during the recess in this case. You've forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the sand, where such illicit discussions could have...
Are you blind, good sir? Did you lose all of your vision? Has the alcohol clouded your brain, monsieur?
Oh, I've just remembered something, Renault.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. Seriously, everybody here is super blind or super gullible. Mr. Braden and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. Out in the open, good sirs! It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Braden the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps... it's part of a deal of some kind, then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole in the crime scene, Mr. Braden agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. What, more fish and chips? What is it, buddy? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that I found not to be true, striking a deal of any kind with the witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, it's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is the Sleep Money student's specialty. I don't do that. What with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Braden, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! No? Do you think it could be... Yes! It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in the puzzle. More fish and chips? I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? The story? Case notes, the papers, the autopsy report, let's see. Wait! No, I didn't mean to press that! Okay, let's try again.
Very surprising, Rexy. There must have been a compelling reason for him to give away case secrets like that.
Well, what's the most important thing to the inspector? What could have motivated him to do it?
Why most Scotland Yard investigators that I know talk nothing about their duty to policing?
So, do we have some evidence that's related to the inspector and his duties, I wonder? Must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made? Alright, I think it's probably...
Unlikely as it seems.
Well, he really likes the stories. But then how would Mr. Benedict, still calling him Mr. Benedict, even though we've read out the multiple names of him several times. What would Mr. Benedict know about the story? But there's nothing. Okay, Mr. Gregson really likes the Shalom stories. Try this one. Well, Inspector, what do you have to say for yourself? Okay, I've already used up several of my lives. Nothing above their duty to policing. So, related to the inspector and his duties. The ticket, the representation papers. The case notes. No. Crime scene floor plan, the gun, is the third bullet, the music box, the cat flap. Well, I'm too lazy to go through the save and load screens now. Also, we have a drawing stream on the way, so showing this to Scotland Yard detectives gains us access to the crime scene. I already used that. Related to his duties, huh? Let's go, the papers. Okay, honestly, I don't know. I'm kind of lost here. Blood samples portfolio. Seems you need my advice. If you say the floor, you're banned. Paper. Maybe it's something to do with this. Because it might get throwing random objects helps distract enemies. Howdy, howdy. I'm in the middle of solving a case right now. This is like the final piece of evidence, and then there's still more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles for us to get through. So, evidence explains the nature of the alleged guilt. Let's check let's check our history. Evidence that's related to the inspector and his duties. He likes fish and chips. Crime scene floor plan? What would he have to offer that Mr. Gregson would be able to give? A music box disc? I'll save here. Is it the music box disc? Nah, we already snatched that. Inspector Gregson? Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How in the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you overtly made a deal with covertly. Overtly and covertly don't really mean the same thing now. You covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! That's a waste of fish and chips. It was I was a bit doubtful that it was gonna be I thought it was gonna be something else, but then... Like, I tried to present the story manuscript, maybe he knew that it was there. But then, yeah, the CD turns out to be the answer to everything. Why am I calling it the CD? Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whenever it is a McGilded sound to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine! I am sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGill that has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it under QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Yeah, I probably should have been more sus of how protected he was over the disc from the beginning. I mean, unlikely. I mean, wasn't that sure of it myself? I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Twist. What now, good sir? And and I stress, if the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted upon having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious! Then, you mean to say, Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands that the inspector search at once. Definitely! It's probably stained with fish and chips by now. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad must tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, they'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of this inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you'll be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed.
Have a visiting student to make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Riddle because you're scared! The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This was a physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord! You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. Yes, search him. Search someone else, withdraw the request. Let's save here. We're having to make a lot of tough decisions. How long is this last trial? This seems to be a lot longer than the last couple trials that we had. Might be time to change hands if... But then he might want to have it, like, at the point. Yes, I'm considering that, but what if he might, already have the disc at this point? Like, if it's, you know, I don't know if he trusts the other guy enough to have it change hands. You feel me? But then he could have, like, you know, silently passed it along to the other guy. Very difficult decisions we're making today. Turn about your thinking. Alright, so while all this is happening... Yes, my issue is, does he trust the other guy enough to hand over the second disc, even if they already made a deal over it? Okay, if they made a deal about it, then... But then Mr. Gregson might be... he realizes his job is on the line here. So he might just be desperate and searching for other things. Or maybe the other guy hasn't given away the disc yet. Okay, the other guy probably hasn't given away the disc. But it is like some sort of bargaining chip in this. Okay, so the implication is that Gregson doesn't have the second disc. Means he's sure he doesn't have it. I don't know, people lie. We've been lied to a lot right now. Like, there's more lies here than... things that have a lot of lies. So... well, yeah, he said... But then he might, if he so confidently wants... I mean, okay, it is possible that he could, the other guy who had agreed to not hand it to him until after this case is done. But then that means the other guy might not have it. Okay, this is... Remember, they only met, in the courtroom. My model lost tracking because I was thinking so hard. Okay, that's... We're gonna have to think a bit harder about this. After such an egregious accusation, I think going through with it is like the most he can do now. Yeah, I guess we could... I mean, I think we've already flung enough accusations at everyone. Him saying no to a search would result in a very bad look. You make a good point. Yeah, that's the one thing. The other thing is, like, what if he's dying and then nothing is found and then we're going to, But
we already sort of made the request, so if we chicken out, we're gonna look bad sus. So, yeah, let's just go with it. You already saved anyway. Yes, the defense demands that Inspector Gregson is searched at once. Very well. Are you ready to proceed, Inspector? Be my guest, sir! So a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that the inspector had nothing unusual in his person at all. This is what I was saying would happen! Oh, biscuits. Just as I thought. What? Iris, you could have said something! You almost invited a search. It was obvious we wouldn't find... That's what I was saying! Ah. I was back in the corner. Come on, Counsel. What do you have to say for yourself now? Have you learned your lesson? Or do you intend to embarrass more people in this courtroom? Ugh. This is bad. You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. Okay, since, why are they still asking me to search him? Okay, this is what I'm saying, like, he might not have the thing yet, like, the thing that's part of the deal. Because, well, yeah. Draw the request or search someone else. I think we need to search someone else. Well, we still have our save file. If this goes wrong, we'll just... Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical employee stubbornness may not land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's person. Objection! Ryunosuke's doing the thing again! Like when he was, he hasn't done that since the very first case, where he's like looking if he's tapped the desk correctly. Not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this then? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Thought you wanted to search me? No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you! What else doing what the old Golden's doing, having the courage of his convictions? So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord! If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request a search now? Alright, let's save. Wait, I'm not sure if I should save here or if I should save... You know what? I'll just say, we have multiple file slots. We can do this. Alright, so we save, so we search, we have Gina, we have, Benedict. Like, he would probably be in possession of the second of... He would probably be in possession of that second disc. Like, only... It's either Grayson or Gina for me. Wait, I remember something about, Gina... Okay, what was the disc that changed hands? I'm gonna have to go really far from... really far into the, case for this one. Because I remember there was some squabbles in the pawn shop about this particular disc. Like, the second one. There were some squabbles in the pawn shop about the second disc. But okay, I think Mr. Benedict took it in that altercation. So, okay, if we get it wrong, we could just pick again. So, Mr. Benedict. Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon? Au contraire. Alright, this is it. And so a brief body search was carried out by the new Life 2D model. Is really cute. Oh, thank you! A few short minutes later, it's revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Okay, that's... Yeah! I want to see what happens if you, lose all your lives. Thank you, councils. I've seen enough. According to the powers vested in me by Her Majesty the Queen, I declare no further examination necessary. As such, I shall be requesting the final decisions of the members of the jury. Are you all ready, Mr. Foreman? Okay, let's load our last save file. Okay, maybe I was mistaken in remembering. Gina probably still had it, so... My lord! The defense demands this person be searched at once. Good grief! What possible relation could exist between that person and that case? It seems my new buddy's friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. The defense counsel's aim is humiliation. Perhaps he will give him a taste of his own medicine. I wonder what would happen if we ever have to represent someone that is actually guilty. We did actually. A couple cases ago. This is the coincidence of that. The longest trial I've ever been in, ever. Because I haven't been in many trials. This is my first game. Wait, is this a trap? Of the Skulkins, maybe? Wait a minute. Let's load our other save file. Let's see what happens if we withdraw the request. If they don't find anything, I'll be in serious trouble here. No! No, my lord. The defense... It'd be so funny if it's the prosecutor, I'm not gonna lie. Is he that petty? I mean, his whole job's at stake here. He'd get in trouble, too. Pathetic. Sorry? One little threat and you abandon your beliefs, do ya? I always had a suspicion your samurai spirit is no match for the Brits. Objection! In that case, I change my mind. The defense does the— What?! And in that case, counsel, I have no choice but to penalize your fickle mind. Ugh. That went well. I have to agree with backseat. You can't turn your back on what you believe. No, I suppose not. Let me clarify your position once and for all, counsel. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist— Okay, let's load our other file. Dave scumming can only help us so much. That's a lot. Okay. Susato, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gregson, that's it. One of the Skulkins. Not sure if one of the Skulkins would have it. I don't think. Why can't we search Gina? Because I'm pretty sure that she's the one that's most likely to have it. Okay, maybe Mr. Sholmes took it, but then he's like passed out on the ground right now. do we search? We have one life here. But then if we pick the Skulkin brothers, it's which one? Prosecutor would be funny, but it's either him, Iris, or on some miracle, the victim. I doubt it's either Skulkin. Okay, what happens if we ask to search Iris? Or Mr. Winterbank? I mean, he might still have it. It is his pawn shop after all. Okay. Try Nash for the lols. Okay, let's try the lols. Huh? Oh, my lord! Mr. Nash Skulkin! Well, I never! Eh? Blimey! Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff! Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Hold it! Please, my lord! Oh, this is mad, sussy. Inspector? Scotland Yard! I subject to this search! Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? Wait, are we for real? It appears that we are for real! We just wanted to... I was just following chat suggestions to be funny. Or fancy X. I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. Personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search. Okay, there's no running now. No, hold on, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. I forgot that was the right choice. Here, my lord! In the witness's pocket! I found this! Good lord, that's another music box disc. I mistook the searching someone for the lows! I don't know nothing about it. Nothing! That's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Huh? Ah! Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! Who is Gordon Bennett? I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God! Counsel? Would you please explain what exactly is going on? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that this inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. Oh, that! Oh my god! When he was... Gordon Bennett as a person, I think. When he was acting really... He was kind of hostile. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. There! Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Oops! I did that now. Thought my noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as a bee brother, I was. I ain't got a clue!
just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that, then started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got me down the station, that's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created to himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hid it? But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceeded to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It does seem as if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operated under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may search here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Spoken in order to get close enough to him and slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Oh boy. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? You better not say no. Intimate? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon? Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. Dude, you are 100% guilty! They're no longer chips with mashed potatoes. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Dude! My guy! I have no idea what any of that is about. My good sir? Ryunosuke really needs to have more confidence in himself. You were caught in 4K! What are you saying?! I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. No! As members of public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide in life when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I ever encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness at the concluding of the trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury to their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Rated as highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trusted eyes. More of this I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windebank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Reno. I have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Grace, Gregson, or Graydon? Graydon, Inspector Gregson. Leave it to the jury. Okay, if we leave it to the jury, then we're definitely guilty. We need evidence that... Let's look at the court record. We need evidence that either Graydon is the murderer, or that Gregson struck a deal. I don't think we have enough evidence for Gregson striking a deal, no. So, let's ask Graydon. Mr. Graydon? There is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have the horse's hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Okay, we're still gonna press them about the deal anyway. The gun? Gun? Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. I don't know why I think the gun is the answer. Pawnbroker's ticket. No, those are useless at this point. The blood samples portfolio. Story manuscript. The autopsy report. The stereoscope. The music box disc. The third bullet. Small music box. I think we made the right call by asking Graydon to. Yeah, if I made a mistake, I could always just undo it. I have the power of time travel. We're already an hour past the schedule for the drawing stream. This really is quite a trial. I might move the drawing stream to some other time. I don't know if we'll have time to do that. A gun? No. Floor plan. Photograph. Iris' story manuscript. Blood samples portfolio. Pawnbroker's ticket. The representation papers. I don't know what I could possibly present here. Price, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. I don't know how that's gonna be relevant. There's an ad on Twitch. Okay, I'll schedule the art stream for tomorrow. Okay, it'll be an extra big art stream with lots of art. We'll draw the Mona Lisa live. Okay, probably not. I don't think we're drawing the Mona Lisa yet. Lots of art. So, what could possibly be the deal? Probably Ishmael and Heathcliff. Is it the newspaper? Is it the gun? Okay, I'm kind of stuck here. What could we possibly present that would link us to the deal? Maybe the music box? Who needs to know the answer she can ask? Nah, I'd rather try to find out on my own.
I won't accept the direct answer, but I will accept clues. Because I played the whole... I played the whole case a couple months back. Like, I last visited this case in November. So... I might not remember all the details. But I think it might be the music box. I don't know. This music box looks kinda sus. Wait, it might be something obvious that we haven't been looking at, and then something present at the crime scene. Yeah, my head is also spinning. My head is in the clouds right now. So, third bullet. The third bullet, maybe? No, that's not it. Music box. Should I give a hint? Yeah, sure. Give a hint. Don't make it too obvious, though. My suspicions are with the music box, but I could be wrong. Hello, chatter was in the right direction. Do we need to present Limbus Company? How much is the cast expanded with the music box, actually? Well, not much, really. Like, I guess we got, like, Mr. Sholmes, and then, I doubt it's a bullet. Wait, Alright, let's try the music box. It's not much over something as vital as the music box, which has the disc to be something. I think it could be related. Like, I don't think the music box would be that shooed away. Can always load scum. Right. Let's try the music box first, okay? Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, Council? Yes, with the disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time. With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council! Hold it! No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? But because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Oh, yeah! Don't bullshit me! Not true, Inspector! Huh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. Huh? We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! If people let in the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out of the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Objection! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, made confidential case case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. How much do they have to clean? How much glass have they had to clean off the floor at this point? Also, is that bottle, like, super full, or is that bottle, like, infinite, or do they have multiple bottles? My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, backseat, for Pete's sake, stop it! Objection! Inspector! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. Only a drunk guy would do what he's doing at the moment. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box. This time, with a second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Let's listen. There's the orange chips on the floor than in the dude's mouth. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it! Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! What's going on? Did we ever find out what they say? Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Grayton? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Ah! Stop! What are you doing, man? The floor is having a Joseph wine party. It's exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! With shards of glass as well. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. For information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains of the overcoat. By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did, but then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on that night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You! Granitor! What's going on? Balef! Restrain that man! At once! Let them. It's all over. Okay, no more extensions now. You're not gonna try to bullshit your way out of this anymore. I can start drawing. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had and was never spent on me. I set about studying, better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire determination. But then you decided to try and sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus Matilda. You're a free with acquired talent, so you are. I'm money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. Wait, so what does he want the government secrets for? I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and Mr. Matilda would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. The poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me after I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I made him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. We're taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Matilda in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with Matilda for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened in the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it in the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. Matilda and not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Matilda, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Sad. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from Matilda. That's it. I had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It's
only then I found out what sort of a monster Magilda really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. Magilda brought all his wealth and influence to bear in most of his despicable of ways. Crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with Magilda by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. Magilda himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. So he was the one that burned it down! Magilda's death that day was caused by this man! Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Damn, everybody is just buying the guard disguises. Oh, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. We're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. But that policeman who came to tell Magilda that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. Oh, okay. Magilda uses his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine, as the omnibus was doused in paraffin. One of my sham policemen ushered Magilda inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Magilda. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with Magilda. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box will need to play them. Oh, look at that now! What an ingenious little invention! So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? In the bank's pawnbrokery. Aye, it's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposit there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the feed to watch for it. I put the jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch you good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Strahd written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone can see that. realized immediately that she was another of Matilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket. I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to win the banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only one. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it has already been forfeited 2 days later. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing... it's Gregson's voice. We picked up on the fact that Magilda was involved. Inspector? You recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure that the music box and second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find the articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box and sold to Magilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop. I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I demanded to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang! I knew what was happening. I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story. That's everything that had happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. It all comes together. That's crazy. There's a lot of I think this trial was longer than all the other ones combined, maybe. Okay, maybe not combined, but it was pretty darn long. It took us 5 separate streams for this story arc. Earlier, you called Magilda a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw, and despise so deeply in Magilda. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained by Lord and is being escorted to the yard. Is it bad to say there are more cases after this? Yeah, there's a lot more. This won't be the last time you see this game on this stream. And the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guard of squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
無罪
Not guilty!
無罪
Not guilty.
無罪無
That's damn right, we're not guilty!
無罪
無罪
Dunk, 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 dunk. Oh, fancy explosion. Ah, that's the stuff. I'm off the elk. Finally, Minnow, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if you'd come out of top for a while here. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Huh? What are you looking at me at, Pep? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. Matilda's property, it seems. I've never done nothing of the sort! Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Matilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Ah, and just that I was throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Yeah, we were doing so much. I don't think if that was a normal lawyer scope. In fact, I think we should applaud our learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Eh? Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs are nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones. Huh? Can that really be? Oh, dang it! We're gonna be here for a few more days, aren't we? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine! This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Oh, but it's really going to bother me. I feel like he would have, hidden the code between several different... Or maybe you're meant to decipher it backwards, I don't know. What I've seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall a new child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you make, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina? Look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, I'm gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Indeed. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing any courtroom in her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Popman, the bank proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street. I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade... Woohoo! Not guilty! Yay! The confetti! Oh, we have fireworks too? Woohoo! That's nice. Ah! All those hours of courtroom drama. That is all. Court is adjourned. That's a bit much for a court case. Tell me about it. It took us days to do it. If we were to put the duration of all my streams together, I took 5 hours in the last one, and this one is shaping up to be... This one's shaping up to be around 3 hours long. I took... So this is almost a 10-hour court case. At the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering your very different cultures. So, will you stop being petty with me now? I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Though you, I hope, look into the eyes of the man I once knew and trying to understand. Who could this be? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. A lot to learn. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. Oh, we're the only ones here! Alright, I guess that's the end. 17th of April, 5:24 PM. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done! It's over at last! But... His iris disappeared too. Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. You did what you said, Mr. Nanoro. You believed in me, right up to the very end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, Oh, well, if you say so. It'll make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! Well, I suppose. I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma? Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? In the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for...
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity.
Maybe more court cases should have fireworks and confetti in real life. That would certainly make things more interesting.
Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, when you insisted babbling...
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, it was me all along, you see.
I assume you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Oh.
I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I really made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
Oh, very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you. Is Sholmes constantly talking like a radio? Yes, I made him sound like, Alistair from Hazbin Hotel, and it just kinda stuck.
Some great detective you are! Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Oh, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Oh, when he falls the Mr. Beast. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyways.
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGill, in fact.
Wait a minute, Mr. Natsume is still alive, isn't he?
Ah, of course, I paid no attention to such a rational dribble myself.
Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? Knows what people are like on the inside. Won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cubs like that bog-trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they got what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper talk taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, it ain't like my guild is of this world. Though I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strud.
Oh, I forgot to put on the radio.
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
There you are, Holly! Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for this, guys. I was hiding in this room just to survive it. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch. Anyway, it's been such a shame. I'm so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you'll be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going nowhere. Don't look like I'm going nowhere for a while. You were the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it for again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what is in that blah 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 blah. Yes, I think I'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in an offense, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Well, you could become like a hired pickpocket. Like, there are hired pickpockets. Like, there was a story in football where where the coach was, I think I already told this story about the coach that hired pickpockets to test his players to be alert at all times. If you know, you know. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you don't start off as a lawyer, did you, Oda? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. Gotta do something for all them not them in the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. It's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Okay. What is it? Miss Gina Lestrade? The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Oda? Yes? What is that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. I mean...
Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such like this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks. Odo. Thank you for everything, what you done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. And that's the end. Unless there's some sort of post-credit scene. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this title's all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. What do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
Sholmes is such a mood. There you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It is a record level of rainfall apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the sea is very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I went to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I don't. The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made our knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive.
Oh, Sholmes. That's an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Ah, and there we go. It was quite the story. 18th of April, 5:32, Port of Dover, Wayside.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there! Look, it looks like she's reading something. Hold it! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Now for 5 hours of art stream. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was her Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Bruno's armband! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take this cat flapping mat. So I put it on my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windebank's shop later with it that night. I see. And then... Bang! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. I have something special planned for the art stream. That door started to play in my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang into mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, he used the cat flap mat to make the peephole in the door. as captured in a photograph and print of the shop by one of Harley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. I couldn't get the...
Precisely by the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilvin. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. And for someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah!
For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then... Why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah. Yeah, she really does think of everything. Could have been disbarred if you had been
Seen to unknowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and for Miss Lestrade.
Miss Susato? The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convinced of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did is incomparable to what he did. Brayden is the one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as the way to implicate Gina. Oh, this is just a conclusion. Besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, you did save Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo. You saved me too, from my regrets. Okay, it should be the end now, right?
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box this contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! Will you be able to draw, or are you too tired? I'll probably have to move the stream. I wasn't expecting it to be this long. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, so should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Zero-pipe problem sounds like programming speak. A. Ah! So... E. can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asugi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asugi was the name of my best friend. What? Oh, just to clarify, I'm moving it to tomorrow. What would have been the surprise stream yesterday will be the drawing stream that was originally planned. Also, I'm planning something special for it, so, you know, stay tuned. Also, check the other channels of communication. You know, YouTube community, the Twitter, all that fun stuff. I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. Transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the Oh, there is? Really? Various countries around the world have added a Morse code to use it in their own languages. Oh, that's actually really interesting to think about. Like, okay, I think it's kind of like sign language. Like, sign language, there's different kinds of sign language. They got American sign, English sign language, other kinds of sign language. So I guess it wouldn't really be too out of the ordinary for Morse code to have such a thing. This is very interesting. I don't believe it! Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that the Japanese Morse code and the message says Asugi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. A couple years into the future. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what could this possibly mean? Whenever it's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that the message is written in Japanese Morse code, so the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asugi, Kazuha Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that list? The second is A Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing a secret government communication as well? The last name? What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Daddy? I'm losing the accent. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those lists contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Riddle come from? Oh, well, no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lists of J's upon them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Humane University. If you can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside.
What?
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. And why am I still using the accent? Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel. Blah 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 blah. You're really going then, Susie.
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susaka.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah! Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. Promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You remember the first time we met? Yes, of course, on the SS Moria, when I was dragged out of that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember correctly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that! Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure. And I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Okay, now this is the end, for real now, right? I can end the stream now. Oh, there's a, I think, cutscene that we have to watch. Let's watch the cutscene.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ
Bye!
思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろうでもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がするだって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
Ah, yeah. Damn, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh? Not such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. Wait, okay, I'll just play this cutscene off screen. I'll end the stream now. What? Okay, I'm not ending stream now. What the fuck, Mr. Sholmes? Are you be so for real? What? Crazy. He framed us about the express train! Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Fill it up, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say... Objection! Alright, this is the end. It would be pretty cool to see if how many decisions we made along with all the other players, like, you know, dispatch-like. Okay, I'm ending the stream for real now. I will see you all tomorrow for the drawing stream that was originally supposed to be today. So yeah, I'll see you guys soon. We'll say the later chapters gets crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty excited actually. Okay, thanks for staying with me for so long. Sorry about the drawing stream. I'll try to make up for it later on. Bye! Next time, same channel. Indeed. See you. Goodbye.